Senate will come to order. Please rise. Anyone's in the gallery, on the floor, behind the rail, on the rail, in the rail, please rise for the invocation by Senator Colkhorst. Thank you.
Let us pray. Lord, it is written in the Bible, in Proverbs, it says, trust in the Lord with all your heart and do not lean on your own understanding. Such precious words for all of us as we come together today in the Texas Senate to do business for the state of Texas. We thank you for all the blessings of living in this great state, in this great nation. We ask you to give us wisdom, to give us a moment to be still and to know that you are Lord. And God, we pray and continue to pray for those that lost so much in the July 4th floods, those that lost loved ones, those that lost their homes and all their belongings. And God, like it said in Proverbs, beyond our own understanding, give us that guidance to know and to craft the right kinds of bills, to move forward, to do the right thing. God, we know you're sovereign and you are our God. We love you. Amen.
Thank you, Senator. Members, we're going to stand at ease for 20 minutes till 9:50. We'll stand at ease until 9:50. Members of the Senate will come to order. The Dean of the Senate moves to excuse Senator Johnson on matters of important business. There is an objection. Senator Zaffarani, for what purpose?
For parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. President. To begin with, Mr. President, there is a tradition of excusing every member who requests an excused absence because of important business, such as illness in the family, or business outside the Capitol. To your knowledge, have the Senate ever refused to excuse a request for an excused absence?
I'm not advised. I have only been here for 10 years.
Only 10 years? Well, I've been here since 1987, and I do not remember the Senate ever voting against a member's request for an excused absence. If I have another parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
What is the required vote? The required vote for a motion to or for a request for an excused absence?
5/9 of the members present and voting.
So if there are 21 members present today, that would be 12 votes?
Yes.
Thank you. Will the members who are absent or a member who has an excused absent be able to submit a journal statement?
You may submit a statement on your vote.
But may a member who requests an excused absence and does not get one still submit a journal statement?
We'll have to look at precedent on that.
All right, thank you. And my final parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President, is what is the effect of having an excused absence versus a regular absence?
It really deals with voting. If they're excused, they're showing as excused on a record vote. If they're not excused, then they're just shown as absent, not here.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And if any members have a question on it, if you'll look at Senate Rule 503, that will explain that. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado. Betancourt. Birdwell. Blanco. Campbell. Cook. Creighton. Eckhart. Flores. Gutierrez. Hagenboo. Hall, Hinojosa of Nueces, Hinojosa of Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwartner, Sparks, West, Zaffarani.
There being 19 no votes and 2 yes votes, the motion fails. Members, no objection. I'd like to postpone the reading and referral of bills and resolutions until the end of today's calendar. Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business committee substitute for Senate Bill 9.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. First off, I want to congratulate the Texas Senate on the tremendous, and the President of the Senate for the tremendous leadership on property tax relief and reform over the years, and specifically on the increases in homestead exemptions the public will be voting on in November. We'll be voting on a record 140,000 ISD exemption across the state, and then an additional 60,000 for over 65 and disabled homeowners for an eye-popping $200,000 exemption, as well as a business first time a large increase in the business personal property exemption. That's part of a $51 billion that the Texas Legislature has put into property tax relief on the school side. And now we're getting back to an issue of how to use top-down guidelines to lower the growth of taxing unit expenditures, primarily city and counties, on their property tax increases across the state. In 2019, many of the members here voted to pass Senate Bill 2, which did reform the property tax appraisal and rate setting process and reduce the voter approval tax rate, previously known as the rollback rate, for cities and counties from 8% down to 3.5%. At the same time, the Senate Bill 2 passed, House Bill 3 passed, that lowered the school funding collection limit to 2.5% as part of a modernization of property tax limits in the school system, as well as for individual and levy taxpayers that make those payments. And that 2.5% has served us well over time, dramatically reducing property tax levies and therefore property tax bills for school taxes across the state, and taxpayers have taken notice of it. In this last budget, I want to point out that the budget also provided $1.5 billion of assistance for first-time ever water supply projects from Senator Perry's bill, with an additional $1 billion over the next 20 years, and $331 million in additional support for rural law enforcement salary supplements, and also first time ever $90 million for ambulance purchases. Now, what this means to Senate Bill 9 is that this bill lowers the rollback, the old rollback rate, now the voter approved rate, to 2.5%. Now, why the voter approved rate? In fact, why do we call it that? Because right now, any city or county or taxing jurisdiction can take excesses above the current 3.5% to the public. Many have done so to have those additional monies approved, expenditures approved by the voters. And this bill will take that voter approved limit for M&O only, for maintenance and operations, down to 2.5%. Senate Bill 9 does not affect debt rate setting across the state. Now, the reasoning, and we had a very good hearing, and I want to thank the local government committee members that are here, Senator Nichols, Senator Middleton, Senator Paxton, because the rate of change is really what the problem is, and that's why school taxes have seen a dramatic drop. From pre-2019 reforms, school taxes were going up by an incredible 18% per year rate. It's now down to a little over 3%. And given the same marker for city and counties, county tax levies were prior to 2019, we're on an annualized increase of 8.74%, and unfortunately, since 2019, it's jumped up to 9.65%. That's an increase of nearly a percentage point. On cities, however, they have lowered their increases from 9 to roughly 8% in the last 5 years. So the problem, simply put, is that city and county taxes are growing at least on average 3 times faster than school taxes for the average school taxpayer. And in addition, we have many places where individual city and county combined property tax bills now actually exceed their school tax bills. And that is something that is just happening for the first time. The SB 9 will alleviate these concerns by aligning the voter approval tax rate primarily for cities and counties with a population greater than 75,000 with the voter approval tax rate for ISDs and reduce current tax rates from 3.5% to 2.5%, or the current voter approved rate from 3.5% to 2.5%. And with that, members move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 9.
Senator Hinojosa, what purpose?
Well, Senator Betancourt, yield for a couple of questions.
You yield?
Certainly.
Thank you, Betancourt. I think I've supported the vast majority of property tax bills reductions that you carried here on the Senate floor, and I support that. But I do have some questions to ask on Senate Bill 9.
Sure.
My concern is this. We are in a special session in the middle of the summer. Many cities are yet not aware that we are pushing a reduction from the 3.5% to 2.5%, and I do not really know the full consequences. During the regular session, when we lowered the rate and capped at 3.5%, we had a long runway where cities got a chance to look at the deductions and the consequences and the funding streams. But I'm concerned that this bill, I don't know the consequences. We're reducing the revenue by about 30%. And as I understand, on the average, most cities spend over 50% of their monies and revenue on police protection and firefighters. Is that not your understanding?
Well, let me go through, and Senator Hinojosa, because some of the information you have is correct, so let me string it all together. The 3.5% number was established in 2019. Several of us were on a commission all around the state, and to make that change, because it was the first change in 38 years. Now, in the preceding, in the subsequent 6 years, we've seen county and city taxes still grow by a combined rate about 3 times faster than school taxes. Specifically, counties are now actually raised their rate of increase from what was 8.7% to 9.6%. I gave you some information about Hidalgo County, and I'm going from memory. In the last 4 years, their, your namesake can correct me if I'm wrong, they had a 13% increase 4 years ago and a 12% increase 3 years ago, a 15% increase a year ago, and they finally slowed it down to 5%. Now, using Hidalgo as an example, that's really an incredible 43% uncompounded, which would be about 47%, compounded increase in tax revenue in just 4 years. Now, what does it mean? What does this bill do to them? It takes a point off of their growth. And specifically, the counties get 2.5% under this bill above 75,000 plus new growth, and that's their limit. And then they can take anything from that to the voters. So this is well-known architecture, I guess, of how the tax bill works. And in the hearing, after the hearing that we had only 12 people speak against the bill, one of the heads of the TAC legislation committee said, I was one of the people here in 17 and 19 that said this was going to light our world on fire. We couldn't do it. And he goes, I was wrong. I just want to tell you that, okay, Senator, because this concept of slowing tax bills is important, but also the cities and counties have the ability to adapt. Plus, we're giving them additional help in other areas. So I've got the data for 50 counties that are included in this, because that's how many counties are included in this change. We find rarely the best counties are Tarrant County and maybe Galveston County, and they have increases of 2%, 1%, 4%, 2%, and actually negative. So there's a big variation, Senator, And the ones that are already slowing their tax bills, this won't affect them, like Tarrant County. But the ones that are overspending and over collecting in Hidalgo County, I would consider that. That's 3 double-digit tax increases in a row.
Well, as I understand, Senator Bendecourt, some of those increases were due to disastrous declarations that took place that would allow them to increase the tax rate.
Now, that's something that the legislature has fixed because we passed House Bill 30 last session. And what House Bill 30 did was, instead of using the old rollback rate, which was 8%, then plus this, you would be well into double digits. In next year, and that's when this bill goes into effect, it doesn't go into effect this year, you'll have to use FEMA A and then Part of B schedules if you're a taxing jurisdiction to use the disaster exemption. And to hit on my own county the hardest, they had an election where they went to the public and said the election, because they used the emergency declaration example, the county judge there, Hidalgo, again, curiously, the same names flow through Texas history, told the public it was an 8% increase because she was saying that's quoting the rollback rate when the real increase was 15%. It passed 51 to 49. So when you see that type of hijinks, quite frankly, that's why we passed House Bill 30 to close that loophole to actual expenses, okay, or estimated expenses. And that's why I think we need to pull back this rollback rate from 3.5 to 2.5. We have to get them to slow down their growth of on city and county taxes.
Now, I don't like property taxes either, but here are some of the concerns that have been expressed to me. For example, they cannot cut back on and reduce funding for our police, for our firefighters. We have that in statute, do we not?
I think there's one on defunding the police. I don't think there's one on defunding fire.
Okay.
All right. And so with everything, you have to set priorities in the budget. And what we had a very good discussion about this at the hearing, and I think your staff probably, and you took glimpses of that. We understand that in this case, there's been a significant contribution now by the state for 2 sessions in a row for rural sheriffs, $331 million this year to help them with their funding. That 331 does not come under this cap. That's money that's outside the cap. So like what we're doing with school taxes, we're paying for what we want to pay for and the assistance we want to help them, which in this last budget was water, ambulances, and sheriff's support.
Well, I just want to point out that the other concern is that we have many unfunded mandates of our local cities and counties that are paid by local taxpayers, not the state. In addition to that, we seem to be in a period of time where we have the federal government now cutting back on many programs that help our local governmental entities meet their budget. Are you concerned that those what impact and consequences the cities will have? At the end of the day, this with 2.5 may work out okay, but I don't think that the cities have had enough time to really digest the consequences of how they're going to be able to meet the services that their citizens need.
Of the 12 people that testified against, we had quite a discussion about all this, Senator Hinojosa. The cities obviously get sales tax revenue too, and that's not covered by this. A few of the cities, at least one comes to memory, testified against and then found out that they were not in the $75,000 area. They switched their testimony. So I'm not worried about that, and I think we've already given the counties enough rural sheriff support and ambulance support. I think the sentiment that I believe what we'll see in the future is we're going to continue both programs. We're going to take the pressure off the taxpayers. Because see, the bottom line to all this is we've got to look to the taxpayers. There was a great social media post that I want to quote, because in my social media post that's up right now, I said, we're pushing taxpayers to the brink. And a taxpayer said, yes, but some of us are past the brink. And when we allow these growth curves of 8% per year and over nearly 10 on the counties, we're just putting the taxpayers ever further behind. And I think that the moral of the discussion that I had with the gentleman for Senator King's district was that they didn't think they could do the 3.5, but they did. And I think they can do the 2.5 because the taxpayers really need the help. I mean, they really need that break at this point.
Oh, I don't disagree with that statement. One last question. How does the 2.5 cap in your bill compare to trying to control property taxes based on inflation and population growth?
The way to look at the analogy is that the 3.5 or 2.5% number is really the population number, and the growth is the inflation number, because the cities and counties keep their tax roll growth. And in fact, when we studied these 52 counties under the bill, obviously no one has gone backwards in tax roll. Everything's been up. So they've got an inflation component and a population component that we just call it by different names.
Well, thank you, Senator Bentecourt, for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator Nelson.
Any objection to the regular order of business? We'll call the roll. Patsy?
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
18 ayes, 3 nays. The rules suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 9. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 9 relating to the calculation of the voter approval tax rate for certain taxing units.
You recognize on passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage and engrossment of the committee substitute Senate Bill 9.
Any objection? We'll call the roll. Secretary?
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
18 ayes, 3 nays. The bill passes to engrossment. You recognize to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
18 ayes, 3 nays. Constitutional 3-day rule suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 9. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 9 relating to the calculation of the voter approval tax rate for certain taxing units.
You recognize the final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. With hope for the taxpayers of the state who waited 38 years to lower the voter approved rate for these last 6 years that they've been so hard pressed, I move final passage of committee substitute Senate Bill 9.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
18 ayes, 4 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Clarification on the record vote, it was 18-3 on final passage. Senator Middleton, you recognize to suspend the regular order of business. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 7 is the Texas Women's Privacy Act. This is a common sense bill. It is about something so basic that every Texan understands it instinctively. Women and children deserve safety, dignity, and privacy in spaces that are meant for them. There is a war on common sense to erase these boundaries. Women are expected to surrender their safety and their peace of mind to accommodate men pretending to be women and their radical gender ideology. This is not fair, this is not right, this is not safe. And perversely, the left is trying to turn actual women into oppressors and men pretending to be women into victims. Texas will not bend to these delusions. This is for all the wives, for all the mothers, for all the daughters of our great state. And I move suspension.
Secretary, Senator Hinojosa, what purpose?
Well, Senator, yield for a couple of questions.
Do you
I do.
yield?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Middleton, does your bill just cover governmental entities, or does it also include the private sector?
It's only political subdivisions of the state and state agencies.
Okay. And one of the questions that I had, I guess the fines are $5,000 first violation, $25,000 the second one. And my question is, how do you plan to, is there any part of the bill that says how this law would be enforced?
Yes, so it's got Attorney General enforcement, there's a private cause of action, but importantly on those fines that you're talking about, there is an opportunity to cure. So in other words, when someone reports a violation to, for example, the AG's office, there's 3 days that the political subdivision has to cure. Then if the AG is going to bring an action, they have to notify that political subdivision. They have another 15 days in order to cure that violation as well. So there's a chance for them to fix it and do the right thing before those penalties are levied.
And do you know how many criminal cases have been filed against a man going into a woman's bathroom?
So this is about what's right. And to say that a rape or an assault has to occur before we do the right thing, that's not how we operate around here. We heard countless victims that testified in committee where they were made to feel uncomfortable. They were made to feel unsafe. Actually, one gave some testimony where a man was in the woman's restroom, was a minor, and looked through the bathroom stall. That's never okay. And to say that we shouldn't do anything until an assault or a rape occurs is wrong.
I did not say that, Senator Middleton. I did not say so. Don't misinterpret my questions. And another question is, any time that a man would be at a woman's bathroom, I would assume they get arrested right away immediately. It'd be a criminal violation under present law.
This doesn't create a new criminal penalty. What this does is create enforcement on the governmental entities that need to set these policies to separate men and women, male and female, in private spaces. So it doesn't create any new criminal penalties. It just creates an enforcement mechanism to do what's right.
And I guess it would also apply to our public schools.
Yes, that's correct.
You know, pretty interesting, in all the time that I've been in public office, I have never heard a constituent or a family complaint about that being a problem in our public schools. Have you heard complaints about?
We had a witness in committee that was exposed to a male in a woman's locker room. Yes, this has happened.
In our public schools?
In a public school.
You know, my take is when there are issues in terms of transgender people in our public schools, those issues are usually historically being worked out in the community, among the families, among the teachers, PTA, and the students themselves. And here, I guess we're trying to impose a rule that will fit throughout the state of Texas, not allowing the local communities to work out their own issues. Do you agree with that?
We want uniformity, and unfortunately, groups like Texas Association of School Boards have opposed this before. It was Senator Colcor's bill in the first called special session, I think in the 85th session in 2017, and this bill passed this chamber then. We passed it again this session to provide that uniformity and that safety and that security for women and children. Unfortunately, your own tax dollars were used to lobby against this bill and to lobby for men in women's restrooms, locker rooms, and showers.
Well, I'm not sure that's correct, and I don't agree with that statement. But I would say this: I don't think any one of us, want men in a woman's bathroom. But the issue is a lot more complicated than that, as you well know. But thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Zaffirini, what purpose? Thank you, Senator Hinojosa. Senator Zaffirini?
You ask questions, Mr. President.
Do yield.
I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Middleton, in your opening statement, you referred to common sense and that every Texan understands the need for this bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
But I'm looking at the committee report, and I noticed that 418 witnesses registered, either for oral testimony or written testimony or both. And out of those 418 witnesses, 4 testified on the bill, being neutral or being from state agencies, 50 for the bill, and 364 witnesses testified against the bill, either orally or written. That's better than a 7-to-1 ratio against the bill. So how could we say that every Texan supports this bill or understands the need for it when it's a 7-to-1 ratio of people opposing it in committee?
Well, we're still in Travis County.
Pardon?
Capital's still in Travis County.
I don't believe they were all from Travis County if you look at the committee report. I'm not sure that you've looked at it, but they're not all. We have a lot from Austin, certainly Travis County, from San Antonio, from Frisco, the Woodlands, Jarrell, Plano, Houston, Denton, Buda, San Antonio, Corinth, Caparis Cove, National Association of Social Workers, Texas Freedom Network, also providing written testimony, Castroville, Round Rock, Pflugerville, Missouri City, and the list goes on and on. But I do believe that the majority were from Travis County. Senator, you are correct that there were many witnesses who registered and testified against it from Travis County. And I represent Southeast Travis County, and so many of my constituents were testifying against the bill. Thank you. Regarding your definition of sex, Senator Middleton, could defining sex solely as biological male or female conflict with federal anti-discrimination laws such as Title IX?
No. Actually, we've already passed legislation in this chamber to define male and female as biological sex. That is HB 229, the What is a Woman Act, and all that does actually is put President Trump's executive order into state law. What this bill does is it provides enforcement and penalties when someone of the opposite biological sex, so for example, a man pretending to be a woman, enters the women's restrooms.
Thank you. Could this strict binary definition create litigation risk for state agencies and schools that receive federal funding, particularly if federal guidance changes?
No, you're talking about the Biden Title IX rules, which were overturned and revoked.
Thank you. Could this definition impact intersex persons, and could it lead to equal protection challenges for excluding them from facility use aligned with their identity?
No, as we know, in the Lowe case, which is a Texas Supreme Court case, and the Scarametti case, this is not a suspect class. Transgender individuals are not a suspect class, so no, it would not.
Thank you. On page 1, lines 42 to 52, you have male and female definitions. By tying sex to reproductive anatomy, could this provision lead to intrusive or invasive verification procedures, raising privacy and civil liberties concerns?
No, because it has to take reasonable steps. Reasonable steps are in the bill, and that's not reasonable if you're doing that.
But many witnesses testified about that concern, did they not?
They were extreme examples that are not reasonable, or some of the testimony that we've heard in committee.
Did some witnesses testify that this language might be outdated in light of current medical and scientific understanding of sex and gender diversity?
No, because Governor Abbott sent out a directive to Department of State Health Services as well as DPS where you're not allowed to change the sex on your driver's license or birth certificate anymore. So actually this simplifies it.
Thank you, Senator. On page 1, lines 53 to 59, you address the issue of designating multiple occupancy private spaces. Could the every reasonable step enforcement requirement lead to profiling or to harassment of persons who do not conform to gender norms?
I don't believe so.
Do not? But witnesses testified that that could be the case. Is that not true?
You have to use, everybody has access to the facility according to their birth sex and their biological sex. Everyone has a restroom, everyone has a shower, everyone has a locker room, everyone has a family violence shelter, and a prison unit as well, separated according to biological sex. No one is denied access to any of those things, and it's just like the Save Women's Sports Act. Everybody gets to play sports, but you have to participate based on your biological sex.
Thank you. And how would you respond to the persons who were concerned that this law would create an unfunded mandate for local governments, and how could enforcement strain already limited resources?
Well, the unfunded mandate argument is what I heard from a lot of taxpayer-funded lobbyists. And our laws against murder are unfunded mandates. Should we repeal those? So I don't agree with that argument.
Well, then would you be concerned about those who expressed a concern that this enforcement obligation would place public employees in conflict with federal law or court orders?
No, it would not place them in any conflict with any federal law.
Thank you. On page 2, beginning line 54 to page 3, line 5, you address the issue of exceptions. Are the listed exceptions too narrow to address real-world situations, such as a transgender parent assisting a child or a caregiver whose gender identity differs from their birth sex? I know there was some concern expressed about that.
These exceptions are designed for custodial purposes, maintenance and inspection, medical or other emergency assistance, accommodation to provide assistance to an individual who needs assistance using the facility, law enforcement purposes, or to render assistance necessary in preventing serious threat to proper order or safety, and a child who's 9 or younger entering these multi-occupancy private spaces designed for the exclusive use of one particular sex, as long as they're accompanied by someone caring for them. So I think those exceptions are more than adequate.
I think they would not agree, and there was testimony to that effect. They were also concerned, and I would ask, could the exclusion of broader accommodations conflict with existing federal disability or caregiver protections?
No.
They would not, but they believe that they would. Witnesses believe that they would.
They were wrong.
Probably they would think you were wrong, Senator, but I can't say that you're wrong, but they would believe that you are. On page 3, lines 6 to 13, you address the issue of housing inmates according to sex. Could housing solely by biological sex increase the risk of violence, abuse, or harassment toward transgender inmates?
Now, I think not doing this will lead to that. Because as we've seen, California has a record number of requests for males to transfer into women's prison units. And if we don't stop this now, that same thing could happen in this state. And we know that would lead to more sexual assaults in prison. We know that. It's common sense. If a man is going to go into a women's prison unit, is that going to end well? No, it's not.
Thank you. That same issue, how could this expose the state to liability under the Prison Rape Elimination Act or the 8th Amendment's prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment?
I think it will expose us to more liability if we don't do this.
Thank you. On page 3, lines 14 to 21, you address the issue of family violence shelter restrictions. Could this limit access for transgender women fleeing abuse, and could it place shelters in violation of Federal Violence Against Women Act requirements?
No, and we had this discussion in committee. What we don't want and what we accommodated for here is that a woman fleeing family violence, if she flees to a shelter that's designated only for her biological sex, she can bring her dependent minors, regardless of sex, with her. But what we don't want to have happen, and why this is drafted the way it is a man pretending to be a woman gaining access to a family violence shelter dedicated to women. That's not right. That's not going to keep anyone safe. It's actually contrary to what we intended with that law.
Thank you. Are you not concerned, Senator, that shelters could lose federal funding if they comply with this provision, but fail to meet inclusive service standards under federal law?
No, I'm not concerned with that.
You were not, but there was testimony that there should be concern about that. On page 3, lines 23 to 29, you address the issue of civil penalties. Could these penalties create a chilling effect on local governments considering policies that protect transgender rights?
I think we have a fundamental disagreement about this bill. We're protecting the rights of women and children here first.
The fines are very high. I believe they are $5,000 for the first violation and $25,000 for the second or subsequent violation. And your law provides that each day of a continuing violation would constitute a separate violation. What would be the consequence of someone not being able to afford paying those fines?
You have the opportunity to cure, either 3 days or 15 days. That's ample time.
But what if they can't? What if they can't pay it in those
So they
days? What's the
refuse to cure.
consequence?
No, a cure is to fix the situation. In other words, you're allowing access of a man into a woman's private space. You're given notice of that by a complaint. You refuse to do so. Then you refuse to do so again when you receive notice from the Attorney General. That's on them if they refuse to act.
But you can't tell me what the consequence would be of not paying the fine for that person
I think
who cannot pay
any
it?
state agency or any political subdivision of the state should be able to pay that unless they're willfully not following this law. And our laws and Constitution are not suggestions.
Thank you. In section 3002.109, you address the issue of jurisdiction. And I quote, "A court of this state does not have jurisdiction to consider and is prohibited from awarding declaratory or injunctive relief or any time of writ, including a writ of prohibition that could pronounce any provision or application of this chapter invalid or unconstitutional, or restrain the state, a political subdivision, or an officer, employee, or agent of this state or political subdivision from enforcing any provision or application of this chapter, etc." What is the precedent for that kind of section in a bill like this?
So we've had another legislation on this floor, whether that's pro-life laws like Senator Hughes's bill, and the heartbeat bill as well, the abortion pill bill. And you still have an ability to have due process if you're held liable under this, right? So you go back to the first page and second page, I'm sorry, I apologize for that. And it says construction of this chapter. This chapter may not be construed to prevent a litigant from asserting the invalidity or unconstitutionality of a provision or application of this chapter as a defense to liability.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Colcourse, what purpose?
To ask the author some questions.
Do you yield?
I do, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Middleton and Senator Zaffarini, always very well prepared on your questions and what page and what line, and I was following along. First of all, Senator Middleton, I want to thank you for carrying this bill. I started with Governor Patrick, the president of the Senate, way back in 2017. Do you know what really triggered the need for these laws? Do you remember what that was?
It was an Obama order.
Yeah, it was the Dear Colleague letter.
Yeah.
I believe it was May the 13th of 2016, in which was very instructive. If anyone wants to Google that, it is just ask for the Dear Colleague letter, President Obama, DOJ, and it will pop up. And it was very instructive of what to schools with the threat of withholding federal funds. Is that right?
Yeah, it was threatening our schools and withholding federal funds if they did not bend to his gender ideology.
But it was very prescriptive in the details of, not only was it about bathrooms, but it was about overnight stays on school trips. It was locker rooms. It was very expansive, right? And that someone could identify. All they had to do was identify. It wasn't even a complete transition. Am I correct on that?
That's right. You could just say, I feel like I'm a woman. And then that would be enough for someone to go into a woman's restroom. That's it. That's all that took.
So I want to compliment you on this bill in a way that when I first filed Senate Bill 6, we did not include the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. So I want to hone in on that just for a second, because I'm not sure all of our constituents might understand the need for us to define that. So the issue here being that without potentially some statute changes, the Texas Department of Criminal Justice would have to house a male within the confinements, our prison system. Many of them are, there's one in I believe Huntsville still, but certainly in Gainesville. Is that correct?
Yeah, that could definitely happen, and that's what we're seeking to prevent in this bill, where we all know this is common sense. A man should not be able to enter a women's prison unit, transfer to a women's prison unit, and if you don't have this clear definition, the way that they're interpreting it now, the left is that you can just pronounce yourself a particular sex, and that has to stand. It's wrong.
Great addition to the bill. Thank you for doing that. One other thing that I want to ask you about school districts. I remember when filing Senate Bill 6 in 2017, after the Dear Colleague letter from President Obama had come out, that school districts contacted me and said, oh, no, we can handle this. We can handle this, okay? And this was really the tip of the spear back then. Most people weren't cognizant that this movement was going on. The Dear Colleague letter had started something, but I even had a superintendent at one of my school districts say, don't worry, we're not going to adhere to this. But again, federal funding being potentially withheld. President Trump became president. When he was in office during that spring, he rescinded this letter, but it still went on that school districts, school district by school district, school board by school board had to come up with all of their policies. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, and it's, were you right about it in 2017? Remember all the talk. This is a solution in search of a problem, and then here we are when President Biden was in office, and they sent out their Title IX interpretation to say that the school districts needed to bend to them, and they could not prevent a boy from going to girls' shower or a locker room or a changing area. And it proved you right. It proved us all right, where actually it was a real problem, and we could see it coming. This chamber passed that. You passed that in 2017. We passed it again this past session because we're standing up for what's right. We're standing up for common sense, and we were under attack, and they were threatened with adverse action. They were threatened with adverse action and withholding their funding, and that's why we needed to get this done, because that can happen again. But it can't happen if we pass this into law.
So we've had different iterations. We've protected women's sports. We've protected women's sports in the UIL. Then we protected women's sports in the NCAA. And we do see a nation turning back to the common sense approach about this. This would be kind of the last leg of these series of bills, correct?
That's right. So we've protected girls' sports. We protected women's sports. We passed the bill to define male and female, according to President Trump's executive order and Governor Abbott's directive. And now the last piece of this equation is putting the penalties in the law where someone violates that and a man pretending to be a woman goes into a woman's private space, which they should not do. We're agreeing they shouldn't do. And there should be penalties if that happens.
I couldn't agree with you more. And again, protecting women and girls in their most intimate moments. We've heard Riley Gaines talk about her struggles in the sports world, but I was able to hear her speak once about the locker room experience and how that went. And certainly, I'm a former athlete, collegiate athlete, but it's not just about that. It is truly anyone in those private, intimate spaces. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. And the sad thing about all of this is they're trying to turn women that are speaking up about this and saying this is wrong into the oppressors. And then the men They're trying to pretend to be women into the victims. And Riley was threatened with adverse action. We heard about Brooke Slusser. She was threatened with adverse action for standing up and saying, no, we're being forcibly exposed. This is not right. Actually, Will Thomas was actually trying to date some of Riley's teammates while he was showing up without clothes in their locker room. And they were told, deal with it. Deal with it.
Finally, we've kind of talked about the different areas and the different silos of where these intimate spaces are, locker rooms, again, overnight stays and school trips. I want to focus on our school districts. In 2017, when they said, no, don't worry, we'll handle this, we can do it on a case-by-case basis. This Texas Senate passed it as Senate Bill 6 during the regular session. I believe Senate Bill 3 during a called special session. During that time and over these periods of time, school districts, especially small ones, have been faced with pretty tough decisions. I'll never forget a school district calling me about, it's now a school district in Senator Huffman's district, but it's a tiny school district. And there was an insistence by a parent whose child was born biologically a male who was transitioning to become a female that they were allowed in those private, intimate spaces. And it literally ripped the school district apart. The school board, the school district, the parents, the fights that they had within. Would your bill in Senate Bill 7 kind of then give a standard so that every school district and every school board doesn't have to vote on this and to watch the angst by parents on both sides of this? This gives a clear path forward. Is that correct?
It creates a standard statewide policy. Some districts have already chosen to act on this, but what this will do is it will provide regulatory certainty for our entire state. And these are basic biological truths. These are basic biblical truths. This is simple.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Middleton. Mr. President, a little out of order here, but thank you for your leadership on this issue for now 8 years. It's been a long road, but I think popular opinion on this matter has turned, as we've seen across not just our state, but our nation. Thank you.
You and I have been working on this for 8 years and just trying to keep a man out of a ladies' room. You're recognized to suspend the regular order of business. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
19 ayes, 2 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out. On second reading, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 7. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 7, relating to the designation and use of certain spaces and facilities according to biological sex.
There is an amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
For amendment number 1 by Middleton and Birdwell.
Senator Middleton on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is just a clarifying amendment to clean up language in the Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 7. It specifies the related actions must be filed in the district court of the county where the political subdivision or the state agency's principal office is located in this tract, Civil Practices and Remedies Code, Chapter 15. So,
any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. You recognize passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
19 ayes, 2 nays. The bill passed to engrossment. You recognize to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
19 ayes, 2 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 7. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 7, relating to the designation and use of certain spaces and facilities according to biological sex.
Senator Campbell, you recognize.
For
Purpose?
a statement. Thank you, Mr. President. It's just amazing how many bills we have had to pass to keep males out of female safe spaces in the bathroom. Thank all of you all for supporting that for all these years. It's the right thing to do. In Texas, males do not belong in female safe spaces. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Campbell. You have no finish to that, Mays.
That's my close. Move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
May be the first time another senator closed on a bill for another senator. The 19 ayes, 2 nays, the bill is finally passed once again. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, members.
Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 15. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 15, relating to recording requirements for certain documents concerning real property, creating the criminal offenses of real property theft and real property fraud.
Senator Hinojosa Hidalgo, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. Committee substitute Senate Bill 15 is authored by Senator West and Senator Miles. It relates to recording requirements for certain documents concerning real property, creating a criminal offense of real property theft and real property fraud. And members, this is the bill that we passed during the regular session, but was vetoed by Governor Abbott. Since then, those issues being worked out, dealing with Governor Abbott's office and all the stakeholders involved. Deed fraud and title theft, sometimes called real property theft or property fraud, are growing crimes across Texas and across the United States. Among the most prominent instances of real property theft occurred with Graceland, the former home of Elvis Presley, in 2024. Because bad actors seeking to commit deed fraud and title theft are so sophisticated that conveyance documents can be produced to commit these acts are often quite well prepared and can fool even the most well-trained clerks in the county clerk's office. In such cases, where fake conveyance documents make it through the filing process and the property owner later determines the conveyance documents were fraudulent, it can be very difficult to determine who filed fake conveyance documents if those documents use the names of the actual property owners. Additionally, while deed fraud and title theft can be prosecuted under existing criminal statutes, those statutes are not designed to prosecute deed fraud or title theft because of the complex nature of the crime and the complex nature of the restitution. Committee substitute Senate Bill 15 is a combination of Senate Bill 15 as filed and Senate Bill 2611 from the regular session. We combined the civil deed fraud work with the criminal deed fraud work in order to get it done in this special session. Because you already seen and voted for Senate Bill 26 11 during the regular session and voted it off the floor 30-0 with one absent. I will not go over in detail over the criminal penalties of the bill, but I will highlight the bill itself. The original bill voted out of this Senate and out of the House contained a bifurcated filing process, separating the way over-the-counter filings will be handled, either were done by a title company or other entity that closes real estate transactions. There were enhanced witnesses requirements for those persons who wanted to file property transaction documents apart from a title company. This bifurcated process is what earned the bill a veto from Governor Abbott. Senate Bill 15 is filed, is language that was worked out with the governor and stakeholders. This is agreed to language, members. New in this bill is a requirement that all over-the-counter person filers of property transaction documents at the county clerk's office must present a photo identification, and that the county clerk log the information from the identification of the photo. New in this bill also has a requirement that the county clerk provide the information logged from the identification if the filing by the person is later identified as fraudulent, and this information will be provided to the district attorneys and law enforcement. The remainder of the bill addresses criminal aspects of deed fraud and title theft, and with a couple of minor exceptions, it's exactly the same as what the Senate voted out of this body several months ago. The bill creates the offense of real property theft and real property fraud and creates a statute of limitations of 10 years for these offenses. The bill also establishes a restitution ladder and penalty enhancement if the crimes are committed against a person who is over 65 or disabled, or against property that is a residence homestead, or against property owned by a nonprofit. Newly added to this bill are the disabled persons, which were not in the draft during the regular session. Also new is restitution for agricultural crops that may be on the land that are subject to real property theft. And I will have a amendment that's largely a cleanup floor amendment and make some minor wording changes that were requested by some of the stakeholders. And with that, Mr. President and members, move that we suspend the regular order of business.
Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Hinojosa.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized. Speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And this amendment has been vetted by the Business and Commerce Committee. And I'll go through some of the changes in some detail. In paragraph 3 of the floor amendment, we changed the word files to provide the word from files to provides with regards to the defendant providing a certified copy of the quitclaim deed to the court at the conclusion of the criminal case under the criminal penalties. In paragraph 5, we make changes to language surrounding who must be provided copies of deed records that turn out to be fraudulent. The language in the committee substitute references to the district attorney. We're changing that to law enforcement, as sometimes these cases begin with investigation by police or sheriff. In paragraph 6 of the floor amendment, we make a change by inserting the words "in person" to clarify that an individual presenting an instrument in person for recording must present a photo ID to the county clerk. This clarification is made at the request of the Texas Oil and Gas Association and clarifies that electronic filings and by mail filings are not altered. Paragraph 7 strikes the bifurcated effective date, and the bill will become effective if passed 91 days after final passage. Paragraph 8 strikes the training requirement for county clerks. At their request, they will do this training, but they didn't want it specified that a certain portion of the required hours of training go specifically to the ID requirement. Paragraph 8 also strikes Section 9 of the committee substitute. This is stricken because the House parliamentarian advised this section was not germane to the bill, as it enhanced penalties for mortgage fraud, which, while often associated with real estate fraud, is not germane to the subject of the bill. And with that, Mr. President, members, I move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 1? Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Senator Hinojosa, you recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hinojosa moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hinojosa, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
There be 21 ayes and 0 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 15. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 15 relating to recording requirements for certain documents concerning real property.
Senator Hinojosa, you recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of committee substitute Senate Bill 15.
Senator Hinojosa moves final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 15. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
21 ayes and 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. On behalf of Senator West and Senator Miles.
Following motion in writing, Secretary read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move to suspend Senate Rule 11.19 to permit the Education K through 16 Committee to meet and consider the following bill in room E 1.028 upon adjournment or recess of the Senate today, August 6th, notwithstanding any request for advance written notice pursuant to Senate Rule 11.19. Senate Bill 8 by Bettencourt relating to public school accountability and transparency. Motion by Senator Creighton.
Members, is any objection to the motion in writing? Hearing none, motion is adopted.
I'll check this again.
The Senate Committee on Education K through 16 will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Creighton.
Here.
Campbell. Here. Betancourt.
Present.
Hagenboom. Here. Hinojosa. Middleton. Here. Parker. Paxton. Present. A quorum is present.
Okay, members, we have a quorum, and we have one bill on the agenda today, Senate Bill 8. Witness registration will close at 1:15 today, 1:15 p.m. on this legislation. There are 4 invited witnesses today, members. Each public witness will be given 2 minutes after the invited witness testimony to provide his or her testimony. Anyone wishing to testify and or submit written testimony, please register using the kiosk system outside the hearing room. Anyone interested in submitting written testimony during the hearing, please submit 13 copies to our staff up front with your name on each copy. Your testimony will be distributed to each committee member and any member of the Senate that requests it. I'd ask the clerk to show Senator King as present. And with that, members, we'll begin our committee business. Chair lays out Senate Bill 8 by Senator Betancourt. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is really an exciting bill for me and the already 12 joint authors. I think everyone on the DIOS is, and soon to believe what I think will be an overwhelming vote in the Texas Senate. And what gets measured gets fixed. That's really what this bill does. We've got 2 components. The first one that I think the public will be extraordinarily happy with is Senate Bill 8 will eliminate the STAR test and replace it with 3 tests, beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year. And also, Senate Bill 8 ensures the Texas A through F school accountability system shows how school districts and campuses are performing. SB 8 creates an instructional supportive assessment program, adds transparency and clarity to the process that measures students' success in our schools. In 2017, 85th legislative session, body passed HB 22, which established the current A through F ranking system for our Texas schools. And in 2021, I authored, and I see my House co-author in the audience, or the sponsor, then Representative Huberty, and passed Senate Bill 1365 to address a Third Court of Appeals ruling that to ensure that we can have the continued operating of the A through F public accountability system in the state. Since the passage of HB 22, we've only been able to release full accountability rulings for 1 year, but I just saw that Commissioner Rath has said that you've already released the prior year, and I guess we're going to have the last year release coming in the next week or so. These particular, the mic went off, but maybe it's back on. These particular years have been blocked by lawsuits that have been filed, and I hope by now that everyone realizes the 15th Court of Appeals ruling is very strong, and that we should make this a regular occurrence of releasing the A through F scores after and during the year, that effectively right after the year occurs, before the next school year, so that all the community, all the parents, the students, every Texan knows how their school districts are doing. And it was not surprising that one of the lead plaintiffs, Kingsland ISD, had an F in that particular year. Today we start with a strong Senate Bill 8, building on bipartisan conference committee report that was drafted with Chairman Buckley from the House during the regular session to bring back focus to what truly matters, which is student success. Senate Bill 8 will replace the STAR test with 3 shorter assessments at the beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year, starting in the 2027-2028 school year. We're going to implement adaptive item level tests for the beginning of the year and the middle of the year testing, which will provide instructionally actionable results that are specifically tailored to each individual student, and a summary criterion-based assessment based on the Texas standards at the end of the year for the end of the year assessment. I think it's really important that the amount of educational learning that the beginning of the year and end of year testing can help the not only the child's learning, but also the teacher's ability to help the student and the parents and everyone else's understanding of what it takes to get educational attainment up and maintain it at a high level. I think the fact that we're going to have a 48-hour turnaround of this testing window is fabulous because, again, what gets measured gets fixed. And if the people involved in the process, the student, the teacher, and everyone else, can see those results, have them fed back to them quickly, I think that it's going to enable teachers to teach the students and not teach to the test. And that's what I think is transformable, really a transformative process about going to these three specific testing structure. We're going to guarantee the annual release in A through F ratings by channeling disputes through legislative oversight rather than the courts, and prohibit the use of taxpayer dollars to do so, while explicitly providing methods of challenging agency rules and decisions. Codify the commitment to continuously improve student success by establishing accountability refresh every 5 years, and enable the commissioner to increase standards or change indicators outside of the schedule when needed. Ensure predictability in the accountability system by requiring advance notice of changes to standards, indicators, providing a model of how districts and campuses would perform under those changes, and establishing clear guidelines of publishing expectations. If the particular deadlines are not met, the accountability ratings will be based on prior year expectations. Promote post-secondary readiness and success by aligning the college, career, and military readiness indicators to correlate with real-world outcomes such as wage attainment, career opportunities. Support local accountability initiatives by establishing a grant program to help districts create local accountability plans that take into account their unique indicators of student achievement. You know, Mr. Chairman, Texas parents, and you've been a huge promoter of Texas parents, deserve to know how their schools are doing. Students deserve to have a better way to show what they've learned. And taxpayers deserve an end to these endless lawsuits. And I think that the bottom line, and you've heard me say it many times, what gets measured gets fixed. This bill measures student success in a fair way while ending the era of STAR stress tests, taxpayer-funded lawsuits against public accountability system in Texas. I'm waiting to hear the invited testimony because I think they'll all agree of the transformative nature of Senate Bill 8 and what this means for public education starting in the year 2027 and 28, and I hope for a decade or decades beyond. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we've got invited witnesses today of Mike Morath, Commissioner, Texas Education Agency, Kate Greer, Texas 2036, Tricia Bishop-Watt from Good Reason Houston, Taylor Landon from the Greater Houston Partnership. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Members, any questions? Yes. Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Senator Betancourt, for, again, pushing this forward. Just a couple quick questions. With regard to the phase-in time for school districts to, phase in to the new A through F accountability system, how long is that? It didn't give an actual time frame, or I don't see one. Do you?
Well, the majority of the bill deals with restrictions on public monies being used to sue, but allow them to do rules challenges. So effectively, the last year's rankings are going to go out next week. And what I hope is every year, those rankings go out now like clockwork. So the phase-in is effectively in the next school year from the A through F side.
Okay, very good. And then as far as the getting rid of the STAR test and replacing it, are you leaving that open for each ISD to pick their own norm reference test, or are we standardizing it and saying you must implement a particular test?
Well, there's two portions to that. the 2027, 28 year is going to be the new testing year. And there's actually some language in here that we're going to be, I believe that we're going to be sharing those questions with some of the vendors as well, because while TA is going to be on point to deliver this product, we do want to start the process of talking with other vendors so that they can provide the same test to the Texas TEECs. And that's the key thing, to the Texas TEECs, okay? So I think what this will give us, and Commissioner Morath and I've had conversations, and he can speak to this in more detail, I think that gives us a robust ability in the 26-27 school year to do a tremendous amount of what I would be calling beta testing, which is taking this test out and testing a lot of these changes, because we're going to be doing item level adaptive testing for the first two tests, and then a criterion-based test with a norm output. So the families and the students can know how they place in compared to their cohort norm. So the extra year here actually gives us, I think, a real benefit, because by the time this test hits everywhere in the state, it's going to be heavily tested in the prior year. And I mean, what I would consider a huge beta testing program in 26, 27. And I think the TA can speak to the fact that they're already well on their way to getting the alpha site ready this year for review. But they have great questions.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Members, any other questions for Senator Betancourt? With no further questions from the dais, the floor is now open on Senate Bill 8, and we have 4 invited witnesses that the chair will call now forward to testify. Commissioner Mike Morath, Kate Greer with Texas 2036, Trista Bishop-Watt, Good Reason Houston, and Taylor Landon, Greater Houston Partnership. As you make your way forward, just as a reminder, you'll have 4 minutes to complete your testimony. Members, if we could, let's reserve questions until this panel has finished their testimony to make sure we're not redundant and overlapping. And I think with that, Commissioner, we'll begin with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senators. My name is Mike Morath, Commissioner of the Texas Education Agency. I am here on the bill, largely as a resource to try to answer any technical questions. There are huge, merits, but also trade-offs in any time you're talking about assessment and accountability policy. I'm happy to discuss questions that you have in that. At the risk of being somewhat redundant to the Senator's layout, I thought I might go through a very short list of high points of what the bill does.
Please do.
Just focusing on the nature of the changes of the bill, and then happy to take any questions. I'm gonna bucket this feedback or this summary in 2 categories. One is on assessment and what the state is doing to change the statewide assessment system, and 2 is on accountability. So as the Senator noted, STAR is being eliminated. It's actually it's a phase-out period. So the new state testing system takes effect the 27-28 school year. You will hear periodically abbreviations. We have way too much acronyms in education. BOY, MOY, EOY. It stands for, not boy, it stands for beginning of year, middle of year, end of year. So if I use those abbreviations during this meeting, apologize in advance. But there's a beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year test that is contemplated. These are designed to then monitor progress of students and report their growth each cycle. So when you get a BOI, you can see how much you grew from the end of last year, and MOI, how much you've grown since the BOI, and then the EOI, how much you grew since the middle of the year. That way, teachers and the other educational staff have immediate access to those results to begin changing instructional practices immediately. The results must be reported on a norm reference basis. These terms are technical, but just very quickly, norm reference is my little one scored in the 25th percentile. My little one scored in the 75th percentile. So if you're familiar with Lake Wobegon, not everyone is above average. So 50th percent represents the middle. Half of the kids are above that. Half of the kids are below that every time. So you get results reported back on all 3 of those tests on a norm reference basis throughout the year, both where they are then and how they have grown. At the end of the year, you also get what's referred to as a criterion reference. So yes, your kid was in the 70th percentile. Your kid mastered grade level. That's the criteria. What is the actual criteria of the kid? So you have a mix of testing types. The tests must be materially shorter than the current STAR test. So in 3rd grade, for example, the BOI and MOI need to be done in an hour for most kids. The EOI needs to be done in an hour and a half for most kids. That is materially shorter than the current STAR test. The results must be back much faster than the current STAR test. We have essentially 2 business days from the end of the testing window to report results back. But you can imagine how much more beneficial that is for people that are trying to take action to help the students. The end of year test in particular must be made available at the last possible moment. So if your school year ends on June 1st, if you'd like to do this test on May 29th, you can, so that you have the entire year before the EOI test is done, and then 2 days later you get the results. That's another change. The test involves reading and math, just like the current framework. In reading is actually a reading language arts, so that includes some writing components as well as reading, and so there'll be a standalone single administration of writing that's meant also to be short, that happens in the first half of April. As the senator noted, all the school districts will have access to the beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year test that is provided by the state, but they will be able to substitute any other approved test for the beginning of year and the middle of year. So many of you are familiar with MAP or iReady. If those tests meet the standards spelled out in the statute, they can use those tests instead of the state-provided test for the beginning of year and middle of year. The tests must be set in such a way that end-of-year tests must be set in such a way that the performance levels have to be consistent each year, and the commissioner's authority to set cut points on the test is restricted to ensure that those performance levels are always the same on the test. And in fact, the performance level tables must be published before the test is administered. All items must be evaluated for readability. All items must be approved by a committee of up to 40 classroom teachers invited from Texas, and they basically have to, 2/3 of them agree, this is a good question, before any kid can see that question. And then last but not least, the results must come with actual item level results, so I as a parent can see the questions and how my kid answered, with specific action steps on how to help. I am way over time, I just realized, with the DOT, and I've only covered the first of the 2 topics. That was assessment in a nutshell, well, a very large nutshell. Do you want me to go through the accountability review, or shall we?
We'll come back to you on questions.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. You may begin.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Creighton, members of the committee. It's very nice to be back today. I'm Kate Greer on behalf of Texas 2036 to voice strong support for Senate Bill 8 by Senator Betancourt. SB 8 represents a major step forward for Texas students, families, and educators by repealing the STAR exam and replacing it with an assessment system that better supports classroom instruction and strengthens parent understanding. I want to focus my testimony today specifically on the assessment portion of this bill, which provides us an opportunity to modernize the state assessment without sacrificing the core principles that ensure quality measurement of student learning. First, SB 8 maintains a critical feature of our current system. Like Commissioner Morath said, students will be measured against clear state-adopted academic standards, not against each other in the end-of-year assessment. This is essential. Criterion-based testing ensures that when a parent sees their child's score, it reflects what the child has mastered, not just how they compare to the student sitting next to them. Preserving this integrity safeguards both transparency and fairness for families and educators. Second, for far too long, parents have waited weeks for test results, only to navigate multiple clunky websites to find them. SB 8 changes that. Under this bill, families will receive results quickly and easily with unprecedented transparency, including both their child's test questions and answers. This means that parents won't just see a score, they'll understand what their child knows, where they're struggling, and how they can help. Better yet, because these results will be delivered before the summer in most circumstances, families can have meaningful conversations with their educators while the school year is still in session, strengthening the home-to-school partnership. And finally, SB 8 transforms the state assessment system into something that is a once-a-year accountability tool into something that actively supports teaching and learning. By introducing adaptive beginning and middle of year assessments, teachers will have actionable data to personalize just-in-time instruction, which can close learning gaps and make sure that every student gets the education they need. In recent years, the legislature has invested wisely in many evidence-based programs to improve student achievement, and we're seeing a lot of results. For example, campuses using state assessment data to implement initiatives like the Additional Day School Year program have increased achievement by as much as 17 percentage points in a single school year. But challenges still remain. State data shows that students in 5th, 7th, and 8th grade math are still performing roughly 10 percentage points below their pre-COVID peers. We only know this because of the criterion-based assessments that allow us to measure progress year over year. SB 8 ensures that Texas continues to use data for good, to identify learning gaps, scale what works, invest wisely like you did this past legislative session, and give every student the best chance at success. Thank you so much. Happy to take any questions.
Appreciate your testimony. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Creighton and committee members. My name is Trista Bishop-Watt, and I serve as the Director of Government Relations at Good Reason Houston. We are a nonprofit committed to ensuring every child is thriving in a world-class public education that leads to post-secondary opportunity and a self-sufficient wage. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in strong support of SB 8, and thank you, Senator Betancourt and committee members, for your continued leadership in advancing high-quality assessment and accountability in Texas. SB 8 builds on the thoughtful work this committee led last session, during the regular session. We believe it offers a transformative framework for the next chapter of assessment and accountability, one that is instructionally supportive, aligned to Texas academic standards, and built to reflect student growth and readiness more effectively over time. It proposes, as you've heard, a meaningful replacement for STAR, one that provides educators with actionable growth data throughout the year while preserving a strong criterion-referenced end-of-year assessment to measure student progress against grade-level expectations. However, today I want to hone in on Article 2, which focuses on the state's accountability system. A strong accountability system is essential because it sets clear expectations and ensures that schools are held to the standard of education that our kids deserve. It spotlights areas of success for replication and ensures we have a clear view of where more support is needed. Perhaps most importantly, it provides transparency and guidance for key stakeholders across public education. For students, it helps ensure their academic needs are being met and that schools are preparing them for success after graduation. For parents, it provides accessible, understandable information about how their child's school is performing. For school systems, it identifies campuses in need of targeted support, informs resource allocation, and drives programmatic decisions. If members are interested, I'd be happy to share how school systems like Houston ISD have leveraged this data to drive school improvement. And for policymakers and taxpayers, it provides a vital measure of whether investments in public education and policy decisions are delivering real outcomes for students. SB 8 upholds this purpose by providing vital clarity to ensure transparency for stakeholders in education systems. It ensures the annual release of A through F ratings and provides districts notice of changes sufficient to plan, respond, and meet state expectations. Consistent, transparent ratings are critical to meeting SB 8's commendable goal of ranking in the top 5 states for public education and keeping the focus where it belongs, on student achievement rather than procedural issues. SB 8 also proposes ambitious improvements to the accountability system. It strengthens college, career, and military readiness measures by studying alignment with real post-secondary outcomes like wage data and credential attainment, ensuring our indicators can reflect what truly prepares students for the future. The bill also explores an innovative measure that, to our knowledge, no state has yet pulled off, a full-scope through-year growth indicator embedded within an accountability framework. Although this is an ambitious undertaking, SB 8 takes a thoughtful and responsible approach by ensuring a timeline to allow this bold measure to be rigorously tested for validity and reliability before implementation is considered. Finally, we applaud the decision to keep non-academic and input-based measures as reporting-only indicators. This structure provides context on school programming beyond core academic progress like extracurricular participation without diluting the integrity of the A through F system's critical focus on student academic outcomes. SB 8 delivers what Texas students, families, and educators deserve: a clear, credible, and instructionally relevant accountability system, one that drives continuous improvement, reflects real-world readiness, and keeps the focus firmly on student success. Thank you for your leadership. We respectfully urge your support and happy to answer any questions.
I got my
Good. Thank you.
Oh.
We'll finish with
No,
Taylor.
let's finish
and
off.
then,
Sorry, we're just talking to staff.
Go back to you, Senator.
Yeah, happy to clean up with this group, and I'll be very quick.
Well, everybody's on base, so you better hit it out. Okay.
So I'm Taylor Landine. I'm Executive Vice President for the Greater Houston Partnership, and I think it's not been mentioned yet today, but we want to express just profound gratitude for the commitments on the funding side that you all did during the regular session. We expect over $1 billion to flow into the Houston region of new funding, and that'll have incredible impact on our students. What I'm really here today to do is emphasize the importance of a strong public school accountability system from the business community, and SB 8 really hits the mark. A strong accountability system is really vital to the economic development work that we do at the partnership every single day and around the state. I've shared with this committee before that there are really three major driving factors that corporations and businesses look at when they're looking to make significant capital investment in our state. And will they have power? Will they have water? And will they have the people and the workforce necessary to drive their operations? Not only does a strong system of accountability ensure that education leaders know where to make those investments to best serve students, a strong system of accountability is also informs business leaders about decisions that they're going to make about the quality of their workforce, and it gives visibility into the schools that they're asking their employees to send their kids. So all that's very, very important. This visibility drives decision-making and really speaks to the importance of a strong, consistent, and transparent accountability system. So I'll end today with a specific point related to Houston. The A through F system is the only reason that we are seeing more kids in schools in Houston ISD today in high-quality schools than ever before. Some of the preliminary data is extraordinary. So we have A through F ratings show that 74% of HISD schools are now A and B rated. That's up from just 35% 2 years ago, and zero F-rated schools. It's an extraordinary measure of progress. The accountability system was the basis for that intervention, as we all know. And just 2 years ago, we had 40,000 kids that were stuck in 56 F-rated campuses throughout the district. And had we not had a strong system of accountability, then those kids would still be attending those failing schools today. And SB 8 continues to make progress to strengthen that system. So this bill matters a lot, and we appreciate the leadership from you, Senator Betancourt, Chairman Creighton, members of the committee, and look forward to working with you to get this across the finish line. Thank you.
It's great. Appreciate all of your testimony, Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, let's start with you. A couple points to make you might want to explain the difference. Well, first off, when I say beta site, that in TEA language, it means field testing, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry, I'm showing my age as a systems designer. But yes, age is as I'm already being hazed as the oldest guy here at this point. Well, I am. That's true. Okay. So now, Mike, we
still use the term beta testing as well, sir.
Yeah, you do. All right. Good. All right. And the purpose, Mike, you're going to have how robust of a plan can you have for that?
Well, so to provide some context, if you're going to field a test that people will actually rely on, your approach to building the questions needs to be much more robust than what you might think. So if I am teaching a computer science class and I've got to test my kids on what I think they need to know, I can spend some time building a quiz. I do it. It gives me that feedback. But if you are using those results for something like publicly rating schools, you want to be real confident that you understand that the questions are well designed and that the test as a whole is accurate. What the bill requires us to go through before the new test is launched is a very significant development exercise. We'll have to build, 100,000 items that can rotate through the beginning of year and the middle of the year format, all grades, all subjects. None of those items should ever be put in front of a student to test the student until we test the items. And so that's the process that we go through for really the next 24 months before the test goes live.
And Commissioner, this is important for, I think, the public to understand that you may have 1,000 possible permutations, but this is all to the advantage of the student and the teacher because it will test the knowledge quickly and then also give areas immediate feedback on what areas need improvement.
Yeah, that's right. So if you the beginning of year and middle of year tests in the statute that we're required to move to talk about an adaptive test. So everyone here undoubtedly remembers the Choose Your Own Adventure books that you would read when you were a child. So an adaptive test is designed to work the same way. A student answers a question, and depending upon whether they get the question right or wrong, that can change the next question they get. What that allows you to do is keep a test short and go much deeper on what the student knows or does not know. If it's the same question every single time, in order to get the same kind of information, you have to have like 5, 6, 7 hours worth of questions. So that's what will be true with the new testing system, which then when a teacher or a school gets the BOI results, the MOI results, they now have a much more refined picture of what kids need and then can take action immediately.
Right, because this is the transform part of this bill, because if you go to an adaptive level item test, if somebody keeps answering the questions, then they go, literally.
It's higher and higher and higher.
Right.
We want to raise the floor and raise the ceiling.
Right. And if you're hitting the floor, then you also know where and what the knowledge base that needs to improve. You were going to make some comments about, here, one last question on testing. Explain for the panel and the audience, 'cause I think a lot of the panel understands this, between a norm-referenced assessment and a criterion-based reference assessment.
Well, there's a complex answer to that and a simple answer to that. The simple answer to that is a norm-reference test is designed for half the kids to fail. It is mathematically designed to rank order the students, so half of them have to be below the 50th percentile, half of them have to be above the 50th percentile. That's what a norm reference test does. You're always compared to your peers. A criterion reference test, you're designed to compare the student to a standard. We think if you know this amount of mathematics, it means being on grade level. And theoretically, 100% of students can be above that threshold.
And you were going to make, and this I think is an elegant way to conclude that you're testing by having a criterion-based test with a norm reference output, so people can, the families and everyone else can see where their student ranks into that cohort. And one last, I think you were going to make some comments about A through F.
Yes, sir. So I gave you a summary of the changes on assessment. I neglected to leave out one, I think, important detail. Which is the bill also effectively outlaws benchmark and practice tests. So we hear and see on a regular basis that instruction is shut down for weeks at a time for kids to get benchmark tests or practice tests in advance of the STAR. There's nothing in law that requires that. There's actually a lot of evidence that would lead us to conclude that's not helpful for students, but it still happens. The bill actually structurally outlaws that practice on a go-forward basis.
And that's great stuff.
That's a pretty important.
Leaving things static for a week never helps anyone on educational attainment. One quick question for each of the three of y'all. Kate, you mentioned that you had some discussion about HISD improvement. Okay.
That would be me.
Right, Kate, sorry, go ahead.
No problem. So I think that Mr. Landon has touched on some of the improvement we've seen in HISD, but to really contextualize how HISD has achieved those results, and it's because of assessment and accountability data. HISD was able to calculate their own accountability results in the absence of the state formal state results because they have that data capability. And so they use that to implement a defined autonomy system whereby they identified the DNF rated campuses, provided them with whole scale systemic reform, and that included additional resource allocations, central funding, and additional personnel, support for instructional quality, including develop materials that were differentiated based on different levels of student performance, and professional development. And because of those accountability scores and the ability to see that, they were able to effectively target that support. And I think it's worth reiterating that those results are, as of August 2025, HISD will enter the school year with no F-rated campuses, according to Superintendent Miles, just recently announced. And so...
and that's astonishing improvement. Trust me, I've been astonishing because I've lived in Houston almost all my adult life. Now, Kate, back to you. What I think this relates to is your handout.
Sure.
Now, this first cohort is almost, literally 100% Hispanic in Southwest Texas, 44% bilingual, lower socioeconomic than this Texas Central. And I think this means what gets measured gets fixed, but leadership is so important. Am I missing something?
You're not missing anything. I would say that when it comes to the accountability system, the way that we calculate letter grades is incredibly intentional in Texas. We have more than 9,000 campuses that educate about 5.5 million students, and TEA is charged with measuring those campuses on a fair and comparable system. So what you have on your one-pager in front of you is the tale of 2 elementary schools, one nearby in Central Texas and one in Southwest Texas. And this is really just meant to highlight what gets measured gets fixed, right? And this level of transparency that it provides to both parents and policymakers is incredibly valuable. I can imagine an interim committee hearing where you would want to hear from elementary school 1 in Southwest Texas and understand what they are doing so that they can have, where they have roughly 1 in 2 students learning English, still doing such an incredible job at the end of year assessment. This is not possible without having clear and transparent data, and SB 8 stands to improve this even more by making sure that we have this on a consistent yearly basis, and the tests that are given within the year can be actionable for teachers and parents as well.
And Kate, just to put a fine point on, that school got a 9, it's not just an A, they got a 97.
That's right.
In a low socioeconomic, neighborhood, they got a 97.
Yeah, an interesting part of the accountability system we have in Texas is it rewards the better of academic proficiency or growth. And that growth is measured 2 ways, either student growth or campus level growth. We're happy to talk more offline about that. But this campus is actually punching way above its weight when it comes to that academic growth, which is a really important factor when we think about the number of students that need support and getting back on grade level in Texas.
We want every campus to punch above its weight. And to do that, what gets measured gets fixed.
Absolutely.
Taylor, clean up. Okay, first off, HISD, no schools ranked F. Wow, that's a leadership change, is it not? And quite frankly, not to put a too fine point on it, but an entire board of change, because the board of managers is also a big part of this. True?
Yeah, that's right. And we've, we were one of the only organizations early on in this process that were publicly in favor of intervention going all the way back to 2019, because we were very concerned about students that were, in these campuses that were underperforming. And the data suggested that they were underperforming, and the board was not taking any necessary steps to address those issues. And upon intervention and strong leadership in the systemic reform that Trista mentioned, we're seeing these results that are, to use the word, they're astonishing. This should be the largest, most getting this story of what's happening in Houston ISD should be getting national attention. Hopefully, as we all want to do here in Texas, that we're setting the pace, and we're lighting the path forward on, if you want to make real reform in large school districts, that we have we now have a model in Houston on how to do that, and the data speaks for itself.
And Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you, Madam Vice Chairman, committee support, because this is what we see at HISD. can happen now everywhere. But more importantly, it may not take a board of managers to do it. It just takes leadership to do it. It was 10 years ago in this committee that an HISD trustee publicly said they were not getting any help at Kashmir High School, which at the time had already spent 5 years, 10 years, 9 years, I can't remember, on the old improvements required list. And she claimed that she couldn't get help from any of the other board members, and no one cared to make a change. Well, this bill helps everybody make a change. And that's really, it was that conversation that has started me for a decade on trying to find ways to get that problem resolved with help, and the only way to do it is to have a public accountability system. And with these testing changes, I'm extremely optimistic about what this means for every school district in the state, not just HISD. So I want to thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt, for mentioning that. Senator Middleton.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. And question for you, Mike. So you touched on it, about how much time this could save, and the whole teaching to the test problem that we've heard for years and years and years. And I think you said maybe a week, of instructional time wiped out. Is maybe.
It's not uncommon for a local school system to have a series of benchmark tests, for a campus to choose practice tests, for people to offer additional practice tests. This has been pretty well studied. It doesn't actually even improve your scores. It's entirely counterproductive. But people feel a need to do it. The bill formally outlaws the practice.
And even if it is only a week, which it could be more actually.
It can be.
I mean, you're talking 5.4 million kids, and
Sure.
say 4 hours. That's over 100 million hours more in instructional time for our children in public school because of this bill, and that's pretty conservative number, I think, actually.
I think that's very, very cogent analysis of the cascading changes that will happen with this bill.
So it builds on that. And then also on the gains in academic performance, obviously we saw, post-COVID kind of the rebound on that. That helped a lot with scores. And now we're really, I think, going to prioritize that. I mean, that's one of the most important metrics is beginning, mid, and end. How are the students progressing towards those benchmarks? And I assume that we're going to account for that in the new A through F formula, where that's going to be given a bigger weight than it currently is.
Yeah, as one of my fellow panelists, I think, commented on this, there's a demand on the commissioner to figure out how to measure growth within the school year across those three assessments. It's actually never been done in another state before, and so there's a time period that's laid out that's required on the agency to figure this out, to report back to the legislature. This is how we would do it if we could pull it off. And so this will come back to y'all as a future upgrade of the A through F system.
Good. I mean, that's an incredibly important metric. The most important, I think, at the end of the day is those gains. Where
absolutely
a snapshot in time doesn't mean a lot if you don't get to benchmark it against something else. And that's what this test does, or this bill does. Other question, I guess, for the author, maybe one improvement. Do we still not know how much was spent to litigate and challenge A through F and conceal the results from parents? Do we not know the total number spent on legal fees? I mean, the amount of hours was huge, but I would love to know the cost. Is that something we're still not aware of?
Senator Middleton, I think, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think one school district volunteered that they had a base fee of $3,000, if I remember correctly, in testimony, and that there were over 100 school districts. And whether that's true or not, it obviously runs into the millions of dollars. We just don't know how far, but at least I want to thank that superintendent for having the temerity, well, actually, the good sense to come in and testify on the bill and tell us the truth on that.
Well, and parents and taxpayers don't know, so maybe that's one friendly amendment we could do, is any challenge to the A through F system moving forward, they're going to have to line item report those legal fees to parents in the district. I mean, they deserve to know, and taxpayers, how much is being spent to conceal the results of each campus or the district overall from the moms and dads. I mean, who's got a bigger stake in it than them? So.
Friendly amendment, sounds good.
Vice Chair Campbell.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, you take the education of our children to heart. And I've watched you over the years. You understand all the statistics, the research, methodology. You know how to really get into what's needed for public education for Texas children. I think your leadership and what you've done is fabulous. You've done an excellent job.
Thank you, ma'am.
With that, you had two other sections you were going to summarize what this bill does. I'd like to hear what those two sections are that you have.
Yes, Senator. So in terms of accountability difference, the other section that I was going to speak to, again, at the risk of repeating some of what Senator Betancourt did in his layout, the accountability difference, there are multiple changes, many of which that are binding on the agency in terms of how the agency crafts A-THREF rulemaking. Actually, I think this is related to one of the questions you had asked earlier. One, the agency is now required to have rules on the A-THREF system out on July 15th before the school year starts. So since the dawn of, as a little bit of context on that, since the dawn of accountability in Texas, this goes back to 82, rulemaking on the accountability framework was done sort of at the close of the current school year. So when you get final rules as a school district, you get final rules almost at the end of the game. It's always been odd, but this has in fact always been the historic practice. So on a go-forward basis, whoever the commissioner is has to have the rules out before the start of the school year. Otherwise, you're using last year's rules. So it's I think what that is it's a significant procedural obligation on the agency, but two is it gives school districts a heads up that this is the rules for that year's system. So that's one change. Another change is it formally codifies the 5-year refresh. We talked about the refresh previously, but it wasn't actually formally codified in law, and as a result, many people would debate when cut points should change. So now the next time that cut points in the A-THREF system are allowed to be increased is the 27-28 school year, and after that, the 20-32-33 school year, and after that. So it's every 5 years. The commissioner is prevented from raising cut scores outside of that refresh cycle. The cut scores, if you think about that July 15th the year before, for the refresh, it has to be 2 years before. And for those 2 years, you also have to calculate hypothetical what-if ratings, so everybody's clear on how the new ratings would have worked if they were in effect. When cut scores are increased, there's now guidance that binds the commissioner on how to set the increase in cut scores. There's a sort of mathematical model that is described in the abstract in the bill. It requires us to update industry-based certifications and CTE portions of the accountability system on the same 5-year cycle so that you don't have one portion changing while another portion changes. That has to be done in advance. It has to be done based upon an industry-based commissioner list or IBC list produced by TWC and by the Tri-Agency Commission. And it also has to allow school districts enough time so that, say, a 9th grader that had started in a program that was being phased out, you don't get dinged for that. You can go ahead and finish that because you can think there's a lot of capital investments that often have to happen in those kinds of changes. As mentioned before, it requires the agency to figure out how to do a through-year growth measure and potentially embed that in the A-THREF system. Military readiness, the definition is actually being expanded to kids who finish a JROTC program and pass an ASVAB. The CCMR indicators in the system have to be differentially weighted to explain what that means because there's a lot of abbreviations. Is finishing your associate's degree while you graduate high school, should you get more credit for that than just getting one dual credit class? Most people think, yes, you should, but we actually currently weight them equally, so the bill requires us to differentially weight those in the accountability system. It expands legislative oversight of the A-THREF rulemaking process, so there's now a statutory required advisory committee. Y'all's staff are guaranteed membership on it, and before the refresh rules are published, we have to submit a report to legislative leadership saying this is what the refresh rules are proposed to be before they are finalized. It does require us to collect optional local indicators of performance. extracurricular engagement, pre-K enrollment, CTE in middle school, these kinds of things for public information purposes, but not as part of the core A through F calculations. And then I think importantly, it funds a system that's been around for quite a while. School districts can actually change the definition of the A through F system in their own district. This has been around for 5+ years, 8+ years now, where if you think, hey, we think extracurricular activities are important in our community, you can go through a process and define that, do it rigorously, and then make that your formal A through F ratings. Almost no one does that because it is real difficult to do. So think like maybe you wanted to do parent surveys and incorporate that in your accountability system. Y'all will get this analogy. What happens if you put a poll up online on somebody's website versus you actually conduct a randomized sample poll of your prospective voters? Two very different sets of results. So you'd have to, if you're going to do parent surveys, you got to do it the right way, basically. So, anyways, it's a lot of work to do that. So very few districts have done that. This bill sets aside money to help districts that want to do that hard work, and they can come up with a broader definition locally. Then it allows them to do so. So those are the big changes in accountability that I thought were worth summarizing.
Did you have 3 sections?
I think I laid out 2 sections. There is a third section, which is if you think about the checks and balances of the executive, judicial, and legislative branch, it sort of more clearly defines what is the role of bringing the judicial branch into an evaluation of A through F rulemaking, and what is the appropriate role of legislative oversight. So Senator Betancourt laid out some of those constraints. So that's another subtopic that the bill addresses.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator King.
Thank you, Chairman. And could I just be the last question, only because I'm just going to be the slightest bit off topic, so I just didn't want to.
Senator Hagenbu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple questions for Commissioner Morath. One on accountability and one on assessment. So first on assessment, assessment first. So the beginning and the middle of the year test, just educate me a little bit on this. Those are adaptive tests, and it sounds like there's some various tests that are already in place that can be used for that.
That's correct. So you'll get one that we provide, which we know is standards aligned and has to meet the conditions of the statute. There are a variety of private sector vendors that offer adaptive assessments. They have varying degrees of alignment to the TEKS. They've actually never really been subjected to a standards alignment study. So under the bill, we have to go through a process with those vendors to ensure that they meet the standards of the bill. Once they do, they get added to the list, and you can use that instead of the state-provided BOI.
Okay, and then the end of year one, though, is a criterion-based test, and there's just one test statewide?
Yeah, you'll still have to use the state test for that.
Good, yeah.
So you can get a criterion measurement of your knowledge of the TEKS, and yes, you're at grade level, or you're a little bit below, or you're mastering that.
And that one's going to be developed through a beta test or a field testing
Actually,
process?
all of these will be, because we don't currently offer a BOI adaptive test either, so these will all be developed in the next 24 months.
Okay, good. Thanks. And then on the accountability side, you and I had a good talk recently, and I agree with Senator Campbell. What a great job you do. I learned a lot just talking to you. It's about one of the school districts in my district. So if a school, hopefully this will help schools not fail, but if one does, what's the time frame? How many years do they get to do that? And is there this break like we've seen in other situations that extend that, or is there sort of a set time, number of years?
Yeah, so the bill doesn't structurally change the intervention requirements, although there's a small piece of that in the bill. But the way state law works, and this started in 2015, it was clarified in Senate Bill 1365 a few years ago. If a school gets an F rating, you have to do what's called a targeted improvement plan, and you have to turn that around and then start executing against it. If it gets another F rating at 2 years.
So 1 year F rating?
Yeah, you basically have to go through a local improvement planning process to try to turn it around.
Just 1 year you have to do that?
Any time a school gets an F rating,
Gotcha.
that's right.
Yep.
After the second F rating, you have to do what's referred to as a turnaround plan. Same kind of thing, but this one is subject to my approval. And so for a campus that has now seen multiple years of academically unacceptable performance, You need to see a bolder set of actions to turn that around, and that's the reason why you go up. There is a set of potential escalating sanctions, including the assignment of a conservator. A conservator is somebody that can come in and then overrule the school board or the superintendent on pretty much anything. And then if you reach 5 years of an F level of performance, then whoever the commissioner of education is at that point has to either order that particular school in that district closed, or order the elected school board replaced with an appointed school board of managers and replace the superintendent. There's a couple of asterisks with regard to Ds in that framework. Generally speaking, think of a D as adding 2 years to the timeline, up to 2 years. So like 7 years of Ds and Fs or 5 years of just Fs. But that's generally how the system works. That framework does not functionally change in any way. There's one additional tool added to the turnaround plan toolbox, I think, in the bill, which will be helpful because we don't ever want to do board of managers. That the whole goal is to avoid that situation. There was actually, we saw this in the data up to 2019. So sorry for the deep dive on this. The bill that was passed that did this back in 2015, I can remember because I was on the school board in Dallas, and I was like, man, that's an interesting bill. It was House Bill 1842, and that's the thing that set up this 5-year timer. When that bill passed, there were large numbers of multi-year unacceptable campuses in the state of Texas. Over the next 4 years, the number of multiple year unacceptable campuses in the state of Texas plummeted. And that's essentially the policy is working. You're creating this very clear expectation, and no one wants this to be reached. Take steps to prevent that from being reached.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. And I just had a question, Kate, I think for you. One of the things that you highlighted in the assessment section of the bill was that there are features that strengthen, if I'm saying it the way you did, that they strengthen the home campus partnership. Could you expound on that a little bit and why that is important?
Sure. So I am a mom. I have a rising fourth grader who just took the third grade star in the spring for the first time. And we got our results back in the summer, right? And it was helpful and I got a lot of information. But what I would have given to have been able to reach back out to the teacher and say like, hey, are there any tips you have for the summer as we go off? Like what books do you think, like what could I be doing to spur her learning? She's having problems with X or struggling with Y. But I like to think a kind parent who doesn't want to bother the teacher when she goes on her summer vacation. So I will be having those conversations with her incoming fourth grade teacher to help understand where she left third grade. But what SB 8 does is it shortens that timeline for results to get back to the parent, which means that I still will have the teacher's contact information. We can do an end of year check-in to make sure that I'm supporting Eleanor's learning at home. And this is, to me, tremendously important because we know that summer learning loss is a big issue that kids across the state and across the country face, right? So when you think they leave school at the end of May, they don't come back until August, if we're not being intentional as parents in supporting that learning at home, you're giving the teacher at the start of the school year a greater challenge. And so what I really appreciate about SB 8 is the intentional design to make sure that parents will have easy to digest and understand reports on their child's learning and make sure that we can partner with educators in making sure that that learning continues even when they're out of traditional school.
Well, and I noticed that as well as a former educator myself, as a parent, who raised kids who I taught kids, and my own kids were sometimes in my own classes. Mm-hmm. But I appreciate this aspect of the bill. Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Particularly because the data is really, really powerful, that student achievement hinges on two big things, and they are great teachers, but engaged parents. And so I think this is something that shouldn't go unnoticed. It's a really powerful lever when we engage parents. And, schools often have a lot more control over whether they have great teachers or not than they do on whether parents are engaged. But I think it behooves our schools to do everything they can to use both of those levers and really do everything they can to engage the parents in the education of their kids. So nobody cares as much as a parent. And so I appreciate that aspect of the bill. And I also think it will make a difference in student achievement in Texas. So thank you. And thank you, Senator Betancourt.
Thanks for always signing on, Senator Paxton.
Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, I want to thank Senator Betancourt for his leadership on the bill, and Senator Creighton and all the members of the committee, and for each of you who provide tremendous input, not just here in this hearing, but over many, many years. So I want to thank you for that. Any one of these items that we've talked about would be a blockbuster, I think, change in education. I mean, the fact that we're going to go and address this issue pertaining to reducing the anxiety for our children. As a father of young daughters at one time, I remember the anxiety the night before the STAR test. I remember waiting for results and wondering, when are we going to get them? The same thing we've already described here at great length. And that feedback loop to accelerate it and do the things we just talked about is such an empowering thing for those parents and those kids. I mean, any one of those individually would be extraordinary, but to look at it, all of it comprehensively just really is transformative, I think, for public education here in the state. And, you know, the fact that historically, when you got this data, you would have to go to an interpreter, an expert, right, at the school who would really for any parent to go and provide guidance on what their child need to work on, all that really gets blown up now as well, where you can really, as a parent, understand very clearly and very succinctly. You can understand the logic of the questions, all this transparency around the process, and you're getting data on a more rapid basis. So with all of these incredibly positive things, I guess my question is, what should we be focusing on now with fidelity with regard to the implementation? All of it is excellent. So how do we make certain that the excellence that Senator Betancourt and the team here is envisioning gets implemented with real fidelity? Feel free, any of you, to comment on that, but how do we do that, one? And then two, what are the barriers with regard to implementation with fidelity?
I'll start. Yeah. There's this phrase called assessment literacy, which is pretty wonky, but it is like, does a teacher understand the purpose of an assessment and how to read the results and understand the results? When we change an assessment, we need to be really mindful about the support that we provide to teachers to make sure they understand what that new assessment, the benefits, how they should use it, how we can use those beginning and middle of year tests to better personalize instruction. I would say that when states typically change their assessment systems, if they don't get that assessment literacy piece right, it's a little bit more of a fumble of a ball than it needs to be. So I think that would be one of the key pieces that I would ask the legislature to really think about, and the agency to make sure that they're designing programs to support teachers in understanding what this new test involves.
Great response. Thank you.
I will definitely echo that, but I will also say the component about implementation for the alternative substitution assessment options for beginning and middle of year is pretty critical here, especially as we're considering the possibility of a through-year growth metric. So I think that it's really important from a development and monitoring perspective for this body too, as that is being looked at over, again, appreciate the responsible timeline on this new growth metric, but as we ensure that that is valid, making sure that we are able to incorporate through-year growth into the assessment, the accountability system, one, and two, what that means when we have alternative assessments that are incorporated as well.
Thank you.
I'm sure the commissioner will have something to add, but I wanted to highlight just real quick the industry-based credentials, the CTE components of this. The more that we can have those reflective of the evolving needs of industry, the better they'll serve students as they enter the workforce.
Similar to what we did with Chairman Creighton and I with TRUE years ago, where the Texas Reskilling, Upskilling Initiative, where we really linked more closely the needs of the business world with what we were providing educationally.
That's right. Okay.
And Commissioner, feel free to comment on one other question, I guess. If you don't. So, to be very candid, at the end of the regular session, we had a good bill on this topic. This, I think, is far beyond that, much better. But I can't imagine there'd be opposition to this in any way. Would you be surprised to have any kind of significant opposition to this? I'm just curious for your thoughts on that.
I have been doing this job for some time. I will say that I am not inherently surprised about people who get real fired up about performance ratings. So I think
Fair
the
enough.
fact that this touches how to evaluate a campus's and/or district's performance. We spend $85 billion a year on public education, and this is evaluating how well it's being executed. So I think I would expect some fairly strong opinions on that subject.
Fair enough. And with regard to looking at the whole thing and how it's implemented, would there be any other metrics of measurement that you would recommend that we utilize as part of the assessment?
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that we attempt to do, and I think this is a mechanism for you to hold the agency accountable. So you may be familiar with the NAEP, the National Assessment of Educational Progress. It's a common assessment. It's been done for 50 years probably, and it's done on 4th graders and 8th graders in reading and math. The feds manage this thing, and it's sort of a research tool. But what they do is they have different proficiency levels. They call it basic or proficient or advanced. If you see a state criterion reference test and 90% of the kids on the state test are meeting grade level, but only 20% of kids on NAEP are proficient, that is likely worthy of some inquiry as to why there are these radically different definitions of proficiency. So I do think that is something to pay attention to. There are researchers that study this. They refer to it as the honesty gap. And it's something I think from an oversight perspective, you want to hold your agency accountable to make sure that we are being honest with people about what grade level proficiency is.
Yeah, very insightful. And I think the last comment I'll have is that I think teachers are going to love this. I think teachers are frustrated with teaching to the test. I think it's going to bring about more creativity for them and more creativity for the students, and be more fulfilling, I think, occupationally. So.
Yeah, I'm in total agreement. I would echo the comments of my colleague here. Some amount of training, some amount of support, so that people can understand the new design, what it's designed to do, importantly, what it is not designed to do.
Right.
You don't use a ruler to measure your weight. You don't use a scale to measure your height. So these are, I think, important things for people to understand.
Thank you all for the thoughtful responses and being here. And again, Senator Betancourt, thank you for your leadership this morning.
Thank you, Senator Parker. And we'll wrap up with a question from Senator King before he exits to chair the redistricting committee. I wanted to comment quickly, Commissioner, for Houston ISD and their performance, has rigor been diminished for those students? And in any way, has the accountability system itself been changed to somehow show that those particular schools have improved in ways that are different than any other application of those processes for other schools across the state?
Yeah, it's a great question. So the A through F system works the same in every district. You get the better of growth or proficiency. Everybody's got the rules. The rules are out. They're applied equally everywhere. And on that A through F system, Houston had 160 odd, you probably know better than me, DNF campuses 2 years ago, and today they had 0 F campuses. You can look in other districts at DNF campuses. You do not see as significant a growth really anywhere, and I'll echo the comment. What has happened is nothing short of historic. It's the largest academic turnaround in the history of the United States. I'll say that one more time. This is the largest academic turnaround at that scale in the history of the United States. And so the A through F ratings are merely accurately reflecting the performance change that has occurred.
So if rigor has not been diminished and the accountability system is applied the same as it is across the state, and they have taken almost 160 schools that were DNF rated now to 0, how is it possible, based on Taylor's comments earlier and the Greater Houston Partnership's position, that every teacher organization and education organization in Texas is not using all of their strength and authority and influence to leverage that into the media in celebration of that exact outcome. And then our superintendents approaching to understand the system, the accountability, the application, the buy-in by the faculty and the teachers that are present and all the employees as a team, and just understanding how did they possibly deliver those results.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. There are districts and leaders around the state that are sort of cycling in and out of Houston to see what has happened. We have a variety of things that summarize the specific managerial practice changes that happen both at the campus and at the district level that have been most causal for those changes. We try to provide that to sort of democratize access to that information because we want that level of performance improvement. If you think about the sheet that you had, that campus on the right, whatever that district is doing in this campus on the right, they should be copying the practice changes that we see in Houston. And what, it's not like magical dust has been sprinkled on Houston. They have the same resource base that they did 2 years ago. It is just that there's a relentless focus on evidence and implementing what has the highest evidence base and implementing it well. And so leadership matters, management fidelity matters. There's, unfortunately, there's a lot of sophistry in our profession where, I do things because they feel good or they seem good. But separately, we have evidence on practices that work.
So there have been decisions in the past to not to take the tough road to progress and to improve. If there are decisions to do that from here forward by those in education that work hard every day to make a difference in the lives of every one of these Texas students, I can't imagine why that decision would be anything but to find out quickly what's happening in Houston ISD. And I know members, there are 6 of you on this dais that don't represent any part of Houston ISD, but I would personally appreciate if you could find it in your heart to post and to promote in all of your districts what is happening in Houston ISD as progress, so that your individual school districts that you represent pay close attention to whether or not they will choose this path forward if they are seeing declining results, or conversely, if they choose status quo. Commissioner, last thoughts.
I'll just highlight one thing. So roughly 80% of the students in Houston require federal subsidy to eat on a regular basis. They're eligible for a free reduced lunch. This is a significantly higher rate of poverty than the rest of the state. Mathematics proficiency in Houston, the percentage of kids who are doing math on grade level now exceeds the state average. And, we talk about these as ones and zeros or data points, but I got into this because I was a mentor. I was a big brother for 10 years. I had 2 different littles that I was matched to. And I can remember my first little. He comes over to my house. He wants to apply for a job at a fast food joint, Brahms.
Good choice.
Thank you, Brahms, by the way, for your. But he could not fill out the job application without my assistance. His level of literacy was insufficient. His numeracy was similar. The American dream requires numerous adults. If you are going to do something in this country that is going to take care of yourself or your family, you need to know how to write a paragraph with coherence. You need to know your times tables. You need to have basic algebraic reasoning. This is what America requires of modern citizenship. The changes that have happened in Houston are going to give like tens of thousands of additional children that look an awful lot like my little a better chance to one day potentially be here talking to y'all instead of a completely different American experience.
Or here, yeah. Exactly. Thank you, Commissioner. Senator King.
Thank you. And for the 4 of us that are on the redistricting committee, on this committee, where the floor is still standing at ease awaiting a couple of referrals, but they think it'll happen pretty quick. But I'm going to go ahead and get the things set up, so you may not have to be there. We'll text each of you as soon as we know that we can actually convene.
That's good.
But the question, Commissioner, and really this isn't off subject at all, although it sort of is, but because we've talked so much about Houston, but just wanted to ask if you're continuing to move forward with a very distinct evaluation of Fort Worth and what you kind of think a timetable for next steps in that might be.
Yeah. It's a great question. To make sure everybody else on the committee understands, Fort Worth reached a 5th year of F status on a campus back in 2023. Because of the lawsuits of 2 years, that only recently became known. That was about March. That means that they have reached the point where whoever the Commissioner of Education is has to decide to close that campus, order its closure, or to do a Board of Managers. We are actively evaluating that decision now. I've had multiple interactions with the leadership team in Fort Worth. I'll be going back and doing some on-site visits as soon as school starts up. I want to get a good basis for the facts on the ground. We're also sort of analyzing other factors. The goal of whatever decision making is to do the least invasive thing that does the most good for the kids. Yeah. And sometimes the least invasive thing that does the most good for the kids is a Board of Managers. It's very painful when that is the true choice, but if that is the situation, if it does the best for the kids, then I think anybody in my position would be a coward to do anything else. We are called to support the students first and foremost.
Well, they are still, as I understand it, the lowest performing large school district in the state. And just some of the stats just really want to make you weep when you realize where some of those kids are at, and they're at an age that they may never recover from that because they're going to be out of the system before they could catch up. I would just really encourage you to act with a lot of strength and boldness on that, which I know you will. You've certainly got my support in that, and I've got more Fort Worth ISD than any senator. And I don't know what the right decision is, but if I had to bet today, it's replacing the board. So.
Yeah, I don't know what the right decision is either. We're going through a pretty intentional process to figure out what the best course of action is to support students in Fort Worth. And I would say this fall we'll have resolution on that one way or the other.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator King, and appreciate this panel, all of your testimony and your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this time the chair will open up public testimony and call the following witnesses: Dr. David Osmond, Katrina Frazier, Rachel Abell, is it Abel or Abell? Abel. Abel. Rachel Abel, come forward. Thank you. Stephen Elman. Stephen, tell me how to pronounce that. You're with us often. Alamon. Gotcha. Yes. It's good to have each of you here, and we'll begin with you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee. I'm here to speak on behalf of myself in support of the bill. My name is David Osmond, and in my role at Gibson Consulting Group, I lead assessment audits in districts where we evaluate the effectiveness and the efficiency of district assessments. And our audits consistently show that students experience a large number of assessments that adds up to about 50 to 90 hours of testing each year. And contrary to common assumptions, most of these assessments are locally required, with about 70% of assessments time being local hours rather than end-of-year state assessments. These audits show that teachers have great concern about these locally created assessments, often more than STAR. They believe that these tests are too frequent, that they leave little time for instruction, and that they're a major cause of fatigue for teachers. In one district that we audited, middle school students participated in about 29 different benchmark assessments across 4 subjects. So that's about 1 a week. So Senate Bill 8 proposes a real strategic shift. It replaces local assessments with approved beginning and middle of year assessments. And these assessments have some advantages, right? First, they're going to have reliability and validity. As the commissioner talked about, they're going to go through a rigorous validation process. In comparison, some of these locally created assessments, in one audited district, we found an assessment where it only identified 50% of students who later failed STAR. Just real briefly here. Secondly, this bill buys back significant instructional minutes, and it's going to meaningfully reduce assessment fatigue. So we estimate that the prohibition on benchmark assessments will buy back 15 to 30 hours of lost instructional time per student, depending on the district and the number of benchmark assessments that they offer. So I'm here in support of the bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions about this work if you'd like.
Very good. Members, we'll go through this panel and then we'll open up for questions. You may begin.
Thank you, Chair and members. My name is Katrina Fraser, and I'm here today on behalf of the Commit Partnership to testify for Senate Bill 8, authored by Chairman Betancourt and supported by many of you. SB 8 represents a thoughtful next step for our assessment and accountability systems without jeopardizing the standards-based principles in place today. It responds to feedback from educators, families, and communities who want transparency, timeliness, and trust in how we measure student learning. First, it supports instruction. By clearly defining testing windows and introducing beginning and middle of year assessments aligned to TEKS, SB 8 helps educators and families monitor student progress through the year and respond in real time. It also ensures results come with clear, easy-to-use reports that show how each student is doing and that offer practical strategies that teachers and parents can use to support learning. The bill also empowers teachers by involving them directly in reviewing assessment questions and the scoring of written test responses. Second, Senate Bill 8 strengthens transparency and trust. It requires TEA to publicly share what it takes to meet performance levels and what those scores actually mean. And importantly, it returns results within 2 business days so teachers and families can make better use of the data. Finally, the bill maintains strong accountability, ensuring changes to performance standards are predictable, modeled in advance, and occur no more than once every 5 years. This helps families, educators, and taxpayers have fair, consistent comparisons over time. With over $90 billion invested annually in public education, Texans deserve an assessment and accountability system that is transparent, meaningful, and focused on student achievement. SB 8 delivers on that by giving educators and families clearer information about how students are doing, helping highlight where support is needed, and driving improvement where it matters most. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Creighton and members of the committee. My name is Rachel Ebel, and I'm here today on behalf of Texas PTA, representing nearly 500,000 family members, educators, and community leaders across the state. During the regular session, Texas PTA was encouraged by HB 4 as passed by the House, and we would like to thank you all for prioritizing assessment and accountability reform during this first special session. We believe one high-stakes test cannot fully measure a student's abilities or the quality of a school, and a single assessment should not disproportionately determine how a campus is rated, because we all know that student success is based on more than a test. From our perspective, SB 8 begins to address the assessment concerns but needs refinement on accountability concerns. Reforming the test without adjusting how it's used in ratings won't fix the pressure schools are under, and that pressure shows up in our kids' classrooms. And until we fix the student assessment and the school accountability systems, students will continue to be taught to the test. Texas PTA supports a system that reviews schools more broadly, reflects true readiness for success, rejects outcomes-based funding, and includes a parent engagement domain, because we all believe what gets measured gets fixed, and Texas PTA believes parental engagement is a critical component of student success. Echoing what Senator Paxton said on the importance of parent engagement, we urge you to add a 4th domain for family engagement to the Texas Education Code, Chapter 39.053, that includes metrics like parent-teacher conference attendance, survey participation, and teacher outreach. These are measurable, meaningful, and reflect the strongest out-of-school factor in student success: parent involvement. As it stands, this bill isn't a win for students, teachers, parents, or even legislators. We want this reform effort to succeed, but in its current form, we believe it will not result in the outcomes we all desire. With the end of the special session approaching, we understand time is light, and Time is tight, and Texas PTA is ready to help you make this a win for all, especially our children. Thank you.
Very good. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Stephen Alamon with Disability Rights Texas here on SB 8. I want to address one particular piece of the bill about a third of the way through. I'm going to talk about why this is an issue, who's affected, why does it matter, and where can we go from here. In particular, there's a section that requires the Commissioner of Education to file for a federal waiver with regard to special education campuses, and it is a directive to the Commissioner of Education. So who's affected by this directive? It's about special education campuses that serve students with disabilities, but what we want to point out is that students with disabilities on these special education campuses have a wide variety of disabilities. Their placements in these locations vary greatly from extending from their entire school career to just an intermediate placement to address a particular need. Now, why does this matter? Our concern is that the blanket waiver that's directed is over-encompassing of, I think, the underlying purpose of this provision. And just to back up, this was never subject to hearing in the House and in the Senate committee report on HB 4. You did not include this provision. So this has kind of come into place throughout the legislative process. But this particular provision matters because we don't want to signal that students with disabilities in special settings are going to be ignored, are not subject to accountability, that this waiver request to exempt them from requirements doesn't mean that we're overlooking their needs. So finally, in conclusion, well, where do we go from here? We believe that there are more tailored solutions to the issue that brought about this provision. We certainly appreciate the underlying concern and recognize that there can be something in SB 8 that it does address those concerns, but it needs to be more narrowly tailored, and happy during the interim to work with both the House and the Senate to address those concerns and get to an equitable solution at the end of the day. Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Senator Betancourt.
We'll definitely take a look at that. We just got an email copy of what your comments were. I want to go back to your first estimate of 15 to 30 hours. When you look at that, let's just say that your average was 22 and a half hours. And we look at the number of students that could take this test, take about 25% off. So we'll have about 4.1 million students saving 22.5 hours of instruction. And that, members and Mr. Chairman, that's 92 million instructional hours that get to be used wisely now, as opposed to in some static holding pattern that never helped anyone in the first place. So thanks for your estimate. Appreciate it.
Members, any other questions? Okay. Thank each of you. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. The chair now calls Lauren Pena. Is Lauren Pena still with us? Did anyone register before the cutoff for public registration, public testimony registration, and has not been called? Okay, we'll give Ms. Pena just a little bit more time. Okay, with no further public testimony will close. Members, we appreciate your commentary, and Senator Betancourt for continuing to lead on this area of a matter that's so important for the future of education in Texas, and just making sure that our testing going forward is the makeup is certainly what it needs to be. Appreciate all your hard work. It's my understanding you've been working with Chairman Buckley as well closely as we always do, but before we adjourn, the bills are quite similar from what I understand.
Well, they are, and in fact, I want to give a shout out to Chairman Buckley for filing the identical version of Senate Bill 8 as House Bill 8, and due to obvious circumstances, we're hearing the bill here as opposed in the other chamber. But no, he's been a constant source of support as we've worked through what were the different versions. Chairman Parker, the last version actually passed the Senate 23-8. I believe this version would actually have a higher margin, assuming that we'll have everyone back to vote on it soon. But more importantly, the House has been working with us literally, page by page on a bill filing, and the bills are filed identically in both chambers. So before we adjourn or recess, I would like to move that we vote on the bill.
We will. Yes, we certainly will. Members, any other questions or comments for the bill author? Yeah, at this time, members will take a vote. Senator Parker moves that Senate Bill 8. Well, at this time, the chair will ask the clerk to call the vote.
Bettencourt.
Aye.
Middleton.
Aye.
Paxton. Parker.
Aye.
Hinojosa.
Aye.
Higginboom. Campbell.
Aye.
Creighton.
Aye. There being 8 ayes and 0 nays. Senate Bill 8.
Logo. No, if you're gonna, it's to the administration committee as long as Senator Middleton's with us.
Senate Bill 8 will be reported favorably to the Senate floor. Okay. Members, any other comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the great testimony.
There being no further business to come before the committee, and upon a motion by Senator Parker, the Senate Committee on Education K through 16 will stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.